Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone. Thank you for the follow, Wodo. And welcome Silicator. Yeah, got there eventually on YouTube. Bajadin? Bujading? Yeah. Sorry, I can't even pronounce simple. What is this? In regards to the music, or the little splash screen I had, or the whole what I'm going to be doing this stream? Oh. Which is actually kind of this stream might address. Yeah, that's fine. One of the aims for this tonight's stream is potentially it's a bit loud. It's a bit loud for me. Bump it down. One of the aims of the stream tonight is to link providers together. So you have the Twitch, all of that kind of stuff, and they can detect when users join the stream, and it fires events, and the points plugin detect those events. To bring this up, so and it stores the users inside of the points plugin. This looks a bit weird because it's actually loading a config. It's loading a config file and then just assigning it to a data store, and it's just a normal JavaScript object. And then when someone goes how many points do they have, then it just looks at this and then just prints out how many points they have. So if I go to my Twitch, just go to my dashboard. Might be a bit better. So this actually let's probably just make it running so I'm not downloading loads of different streams at the same time. Get rid of that. Care about that. Let's make sure it's running. So this okay, it's good. Right. And this is saying Beam is good. Okay, so this functionality is there already. But the problem is that the users are stored inside of the points plugin, whereas other plugins might need to know information about the users, like obviously their username, how many points they have, if they're a moderator or not, how long they've been, if they're a follower, how long they've been viewing the channel, how many times they've been to the channel, things like this. So storing all of that information inside the points plugin is a bit kind of it works at the moment, but when you want to try and expand and let other plugins know about these users, you don't want plugins talking to plugins, because then those two plugins are kind of coupled together, or everything is coupled to the points plugin. So for example, if you don't care about points at all, but you want to know about users, you would still need to have this points plugin, which is kind of pointless. Excuse the pun. So the aim to begin with is first make sure that I know when users join the channel on all the providers. Then it's to move this user information outside of the points plugin to a global object, and give it some methods about how to so other plugins can ask how many points this user has, is this a user moderator, give me this user information, etc, etc. Which is all pretty simple. I don't see it at all. Why is that? There we go. I would change the music, the volume, but this audio player for some reason doesn't have a volume slider, which is bonkers for a music site. Like it does when you have the little thing down here, like it has a little audio slider, but when you try and play one of these playlists, it doesn't make sense. And thanks for the follow, Vujadin. So that's why I'm changing the volume in my system rather than like doing it the way I would have expected. So between last stream and this stream, I haven't done any real work. I just did a bit of formatting when it comes to chat log messages in the bot. So I colorized the chat based on what is printing the log message essentially. So like providers are green, the aggregator is a light blue, and and that's it at the moment. There's a few little things I need to change, like this plugins, and then I need to change the color of provider and make provider use the same format. So let me just make sure it's working. If I do pixels, if I could like fuzzy search your name. Oh, I remembered what is the command for other people yet. I should probably put an alias for. So there you go, 100 pixels. Yeah, I should add a fuzzy search for the name, so you could just type in like Wodo, like that, and it will just find you. That'd be kind of interesting. Because if this ever gets used by like a big streamer, and they're seeing chat flying past, or I don't know, or someone's got a really long name, you don't want to type all of it out. You don't always want to copy and paste. So I do pixels get. Interesting. Oh, so you're coming from live coding, so that's probably one of the things I haven't linked up yet. And there's probably like a fuzzy.js. I bet there is. Yeah, there we go. Filters a list based on the fuzzy string search. That's kind of, yeah, kind of half the way there. So grabbing something like that. How many stars? This one, lightweight, 3,000, well, nearly 4,000 stars. Lightweight fuzzy search in JavaScript with 0 dependencies. Start that. Keep that for later. Keep that for later. Right. So just pour my coffee, which. And also, I should probably write this. I'll write this down in a second about like the goals of this stream. But also being able to an individual plugin or provider to save its own config, or its own state, I should say. So configs are loaded kind of at the start of the bot, the application, and then passed into each provider or plugin. But state can and should be persisted like constantly whilst the bot is running. That's what I'm kind of thinking. So my idea is to either create a simple like persistence class, which these can either all inherit from or kind of be composed from. and I basically just copy the save and the load in. So rather than copy and pasting this into every points plugin or every provider or into the base of the plugin and the base of the provider, then I'll just put one class and then they can both use that. Okay, Wodo. And I might touch on between inheritance and composition. Get around to that. Because it's actually like quite a big, there was the other day, there was like a thread on Reddit where people were discussing it and thinking this. That there was a video and that video was just wrong. Like he was trying to explain the difference between inheritance and composition, but just explaining composition with multiple inheritance, so it was a bit weird. Composition is very simple, it's kind of in the name, pose things of things. So instead of having for example, a dog is an animal, which is like inheritant. I'm kind of going on to the topic already now, but so typically you would have let's do it here. You have a game, that game has animals in it, so you create an animal class. So you have a class called animal, and it has like a name, and it's just empty to begin with. And then you have a class called dog, the dog, and you just do animal like this, and you can do and you have a super basic constructor thing. Super basic constructor this. Probably wouldn't do that. This. It's cool. Super. I just forgot which way around it's done. I've done so much Python down to myself now. Go self. That is right, isn't it? No, it's that. But that was wrong. God. Okay, so you have a dog and it inherits from an animal, and you can have things like, this is the other thing in the example, maybe I'll find it later, but he had a dog and he had a cat, and the dog had a bark method, like so, and it just did like return or print, woof. Yeah, and then he had a cat as well, and it did meow method, meow, but kind of breaking the inheritance to begin with. Like, this is his first example, and you wouldn't have a bark and a meow method, you would have a speak method or a say method. Yeah, and then you just like make it do nothing, and then in here you'd do speak, and then they just return or print or whatever, woof and meow. So then you can just do a.dog, a.speak, and b equals cat, b.speak. Yeah, it's exactly the same interface, no matter what kind of animal it. So I kind of lost, not respect, but kind of confidence that wasn't really like he didn't fully think about what he was talking about. Oh, welcome Mr. Cheap, haven't seen you in a while. And welcome back, Word. What database stuff scares you, Mr. Cheap? think a lot of work can be. Depends how complex your problem is, what tools you use, and this. How your front end needs to talk to your back end. Okay. Going back to this, so then he was talking about like, I don't want to do the whole example, but he had another method, like walk example, and it just does something, turn 5, yeah. And then he had another class called like robot, and this had a drive method, and it did something. But then he wanted a robot dog, essentially, which does it walk or does it drive, and which one do you implement? Do you implement both, or does one wrap the other, and things like this. So he was saying that do you either have, does the robot inherit from dog? I'm sorry, not that one. It'd be, so does it inherit from dog, or does it inherit from robot, or do you like shim the functionality of dog in this, so then this has a speak? Yeah, and you're like mixing classes together. But he wasn't using Python as an example, he was using JavaScript, but you can do this in JavaScript. And the first solution, first thing I would do, is you just inherit from both. That. And maybe you do it the other way around because it's a dog robot rather than a robot dog, but does it really matter? Well, technically it would only matter if, so overriding of methods goes from this to that. Yeah, so if the speak method was implemented in robot and also in dog, the dog implementation would override the robot, and then speak in this one would override the one in dog. So this is multiple inheritance. So you can do this in Python, you can do it in, I'm pretty sure you can do it in C, sorry, not C, C#, Java, JavaScript, I think. So this is one way around it. His solution was slightly, like, it wasn't composition and it wasn't inheritance, it wasn't even in between. So composition is where you have like a class like this, and then you have a dog equals none, auto complete it uppercase, and you have robot equals none, and then I'm just going to copy this constructor, and then you just do dog equals dog, oh, self dot dog equals dog, and you do robot equals robot. So this is what composition is. It's, you're combining multiple things. You're like encasing multiple things inside of a parent. And that definition is wrong. So then you can do d equals dog robot. Dog robot. You can do d dot dog dot speak. And you can do d dot robot dot drive. Wanted to do that. You could also copy the methods from the encased object onto the parent object if you wanted, so that you could do like this. But then you kind of get the same problem. And this gets around the multi inheritance problem, like if your language doesn't support it. So then you have the functionality of dog and the functionality of robot, and it's namespaced, like they're separated. So that's a pretty big tangent to begin with. Aircrush multi-stream, how will it work? Do you mean specifically? As in, how do I multi-stream at the moment? Or how does my bot talk to multiple streams? Or how does it chat between multiple streams? A bit more kind of context. So cheap, you don't need friendships. Friendships are redundant. No one would ever need that functionality. Just be a friend with anyone else. So I ended up doing a many-to-many relationship between users and messages, and in the message table I had the user ID for who it belongs to and sender ID and receiver. So my first thought, and this is literally just the first thought, is could you not have a room ID, a room class, which contains a list of messages and a list of users, and then the message would just have a sender ID. And then even if just two people are talking to each other, I don't know if it's like a multi-room chat or it's just two people chatting to each other, but in the future, if you wanted to extend it, then the functionality is there already. You just have a room with 2 users or a room with 10 users or whatever, and they can all say messages and you don't have to duplicate everything. Yeah, Spenny, thanks for the recognizing. Yes, Mr. Friendships are redundant. I use Socket.io for the chatting between the client and the server. I mean, if you're talking about many-to-many relationships, so I'm guessing you're talking about it being stored in the database. Location dependent. Okay, so you can only talk to people in the near vicinity, like in the same city or within 100 meters, or... Fair enough. Okay. So you can still add your friend who's in another city without meeting up with them. Okay. Thank you for the follow, Spenny. Not follow, host. Okay, yeah. Do you have to turn that on, or is that always on? So I know things like Snapchat have it where you can turn it on for a short period of time, and if anyone else has also turned it on, then at that same time, then it will like pair you up. Oh yeah, chat apps are definitely one of the really want to dive head first into the deep end. Chat apps are ways to go, because you need to know obviously everything about client side, server side, databases, efficiently sending messages backwards and forth. So yeah. Okay, so I think live coding. So let's have a look at this, because someone was talking in live coding and I didn't see them. Wasn't added as like person in the channel. So let's see if that's in the log. Actually, I'm going to change the colouring of this quickly, because otherwise it's just going to be green and blue. And yeah, so let's go to the provider. Actually, keep flicking around. Add these to-dos to do below. So sure all providers are firing. Trello, like, so I can create these little card things, fine, and I can edit them. I can. I wanted to do the checklist. Sure, it's just there we go. I click on the thing. Yeah, so I can add this checklist, and that's all fine. But it's like hidden inside of the card. I just want a card which I can just have a checklist where I can just go like tick 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 all the way down, and that's what I'd like. The workaround at the moment is by using labels. So if I complete it, then I make it green, but that's a bit hacky and it's slightly slower. Okay, so what else? I sort out the other of plugins and providers. Log. Out of this. Just a event between ag provider. So this one, so I've had the like global pub sub object floating around in all the different plugins and providers, and when they want to fire events and listen to events, then they use this global event object. But which is all well and good, but then you're kind of still sharing state between providers and plugins and the aggregator, because they all depend on this like global object floating around to chat to each other. A better way to do it, and I've kind of started it with the providers, is the individual plugins and providers to inherit or implement an event emitter, and then the provider itself can fire events, or the plugin itself can fire events. So instead of going, and it's not much change, and it just means inside of here you can do, for example, points.on added. So for example, if I ever, or if I or anything ever adds points to a user, then listen for that event, and then do stuff like console.log and points, something like this. So whenever, yeah, so it's and you don't have to use this like global pub sub object hanging around, and you don't have to do like plugin. So in the event you can do something like sub. It'd be something like plugin.points.added, which is okay, but you're gonna start getting kind of, your event names are gonna be a bit long, a bit convoluted, whereas if you just do points, then you can just get rid of all of this because it's already namespaced on the points plugin. And it also means that it's a little bit easier to document, and you can chain events easier. So for example, if I want to do points.added, I can point that towards the bigger random, the proxy plugin. proxy. Yeah, I can just kind of pipe the event from one plugin to the other. But it still means they're not, even though they're connected here, like there's no implementation inside either plugin which connects the two. There's no global event emitter or event namespace which connects them. It's all done outside. It's a bit cleaner. And it also means, I don't know if it does it at the moment, the aggregator, what does that inherit from? So the aggregator doesn't inherit from event emitter, it uses the pub sub as well, the global pub sub. So again, if I added the event emitter to the aggregator, I could do like aggregator.on connected. So when every provider is connected, the connected event is fired, and then I can do something based on that. I can say like, I can do, probably get the point already, but I can do console.log started. Yeah, so everything has started, kind of thing. Let me look at chat. Yep. Okay, so provider and this text color. Okay, so it's yellow at the moment, so I am so provider Twitch, chat message from Mr. Cheap. I need a plugin to. So the plugin is there. Yeah, so provider Twitch is still green, whereas we want it in like yellow or something like that. So is that green? Find all the places that make chat green. Probably this one, aggregator. Provider. Where is it? Chat. Provider blah 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 from blah 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 green. Yeah. So I'm gonna copy that out, give it to provider, and send a message. I'll read your message in a sec, Bodo. Connected chat, return, provider chat. Yeah, so I should probably make a chat method for the provider to like handle a chat message, kind of like the this.connected, and then you just override that rather than put it in the constructor, because then I can have a chat message in there and make it all in the same place. Let's do this.log provider. Let's copy out. Just want everything to be consistent and same. So provider, junk at the start. That message bar green. Okay. Let's restart the bot. See if I start getting yellow chat messages. Okay, the tag if providers with @ would be nice too. Tagging between the different providers @ would be nice too. Can you explain that a bit more? As in... I'm not sure what you... Saying each chat message should have an @ as in where it came from. It has the Twitch, the brackets around it. Oh, cool. I can see these on. Oh, because it's going the other way, isn't it? Yeah. So if I look here, I can see that this your message came from Twitch. It's got the little bracket Twitch around it. Is that what you mean? Obviously you won't see that on the Twitch chat because it's just normal Twitch chat. And it's not going to send the same chat message back to the same provider. Okay, that's better. Good. Yellow. A light at Pixel 6 Studios on Twitch is possible. Oh, okay. Yeah, so like directly messaging someone or linking them, kind of like this. Yeah, I know what you mean now. That is possible, but I don't know how I would do it on Beam and live coding and such. Like unless they already have it implemented. But this is just like a styling thing. It just adds like a black background and the @ and things like this. So I can't apply any kind of extra style. I could do like extra characters and things. I have to have a look at the others to see if they have the same like @. Or are you saying they do have the same @ thing, but my messages aren't, when they're sent to the other providers, it doesn't keep the @? How often should you refactor your code pixel after you add a new feature? Probably not after every new feature, because then you'll be doing like new feature refactor, and you'll just be like you'll be slowing yourself down. I typically implement a few features and then I have a better understanding of how things interact with each other, and then I'll kind of skim through and go, that's probably better to move that there, it's probably better to pass those parameters in instead, and then I'll start refactoring. And I'll try and do small refactors, just like as small refactoring as possible. So rather than just changing like one massive thing all at once, I'll try and just, for example, like I said with this chat method, like I'll literally just cut this out and then do this chat.bind this blah blah blah, and then I'll implement a chat method on the provider, and then that is a refactor and it's deduplicating code and things like this. But I won't go through every event like this one here, this disconnected one, this part one, this join one, and do all of those methods all at the same time. Especially when there's like more interesting stuff to do, like sorting out the points and the user and things like that. Like refactoring of this scale is kind of like I want a quick break between features, or I want to just take my mind off something really quickly, and I'll just implement a method and then I can just tick that off. That's how I do it anyway. Refactoring should really be like an iterative process. You shouldn't just refactor like everything all at the same time, because it just kind of encourages bugs, and you have to think about how everything should interact with everything, or you just add this extra load to yourself. Whereas it's better just to break things down into smaller, easier pieces. Just like anything with coding, breaking things down into smaller pieces always makes it easier. So the gist of it is refactor frequently, but do small amounts. And after you have a better understanding of how things get put together. Because there's no point in not understanding how things work and then refactor it and then go, oh, actually that refactor is wrong, so I'm going to have to refactor it again to work. A day or a week? It depends how much you code. Like you'll see me within a stream, like a 5-hour stream or 8-hour stream, I'll do loads of little refactorings. Like probably every few minutes, really. It really depends. But if you're talking about if you've got like a year-long project, you should probably be doing quite a big refactor, or at least reevaluate how things are working every few months or so. Like just being able to, or this is completely my opinion. Like I don't really have any kind of hard evidence to like an objective. This makes your code better, or this makes you release products faster. But if you just implement everything like as fast as possible, and you just kind of hack things together, and you don't really think about it, and you have like a year long of development, and you get to the end of it, you'll more than likely have a mess. So going through the code base at a high level and thinking about it and thinking about what works and what doesn't work and what's difficult to do and what's easy to do periodically, then one, it refreshes your mind about how things work. So if you do need to go back to feature X, like you've been working on feature X for like ages, like months and months and months, and you have to go to feature Y, you're not just kind of jumping in the deep end. You might have had a quick skim read of that like on your lunch break like a few days ago or a week ago or something. At least you'll have some sort of knowledge about how it works. If someone else is doing if you've never touched a feature and someone else in your team is doing that feature, then reading their code might spot bugs. You might go, oh, your code is inconsistent here, or this has a really obscure variable name, or this is inefficient, or something like that. So the whole process of like rereading code, skimming through code, doing like minor refactoring, it's all just like one big package, really. And this is quite evident when you'll write a project for, like, for example, uni or some like random little weekend project, and then you'll come back to it in like a month's time, and you'll go, well, why did I do it like that? That doesn't make any sense. Why did I call that variable name like that massive long string? Or I'm iterating over way too many elements in that list. So you always get, once a period of time has elapsed and your brain has started working on other things, and it's even like worked on stuff in the background, like subconsciously, like this is when you have a problem one day, and then you go home, and then you go to sleep, and then next day you come in and then you just fix it straight away, even though it took you like an hour to try and work it out the day before. It's because your brain is kind of subconsciously working out when you sleep, like how to do things, and your mind's like more refreshed and stuff like this. And it's not under pressure like it was like a month ago. So yeah, going back and rereading code, it lets you it's something you should do. You should never just write code and then just leave it, and then you just shelve it for like months and months and years and never go back to it, because it will just never get better. It will it just be stagnant. It just becomes this complete burden for you and your team, because no one wants to touch it, especially if like another part of the system is constantly updating and adding new features and all this kind of stuff, and this other part of the system is just stuck there. It never changes, never gets touched, and then for some reason this new feature comes along which does need to touch this old legacy code, and no one wants to touch it. No one understands how it works. No one, like, everyone's scared of touching it because it's going to break everything else. You just get into that problem, and then you start introducing like hacky things to like kind of shim stuff in because you don't really want to touch the code, and it just becomes like this bloated hacky mess. Whereas if you're so yeah, there you go. There's a long explanation of that refactoring frequently and in small chunks is good, in my opinion. And obviously there's always exceptions where if you're presenting an API to someone, like an external API, and people are consuming that, you can't just go every other day, like just change variable names and change structures and things like this, because people are, when you present an API to people, you're essentially creating a contract saying, this is what I'll give you if you give me this, and vice versa. You're breaking this contract every other week or every other day or whatever, then people are not going to like you because they're always going to be behind with than you. Like you're going to take, say, a month to implement, to add a new feature to an API or change the API or something like this, and then they're kind of just sprung upon going, API's changed, and then they're going like, oh, okay, this is either broken our stuff or we need to update our stuff to take that on board. So they're always behind. So you want to and APIs are quite difficult when it comes to versioning, but yeah. Thanks, Woto. Okay, so stuff is yellow. Good. I thought oh, object. Chat message from blah. It's because cut this out. This is one thing that I'm kind of wondering about. So Twitch, the user is an object which contains display name. And my headset cut out. Yeah, so the object you get back from Twitch is a user which contains its display name, a username, it's a mod, and like loads of other junk. And I kind of pull off the username from that object, and then that's the thing that goes through the event. Whereas things like the Beam, or like all the other providers really, they don't give you a user object, they just give you, well, I think the Beam one does actually, but some of the other providers, they don't give you an object, they just give you a username, so you can't see if it's a moderator, you can't see if it's a follower, things like this. So I'm not sure how I will get go around that, because I want everything to be consistent and like the same object or the same parameters being passed around between all my events. I don't want to be going like, oh, is this an object? No. Oh, it's probably just it's a string then, so I'm just going to use a string. Or did this come from Beam? No. Did it come from Twitch? No. Did it come from light coding? Yes. So I'm going to do this. Yeah, because then you're just forking your logic, which is want to try and fork your logic as less as possible, and it also means that it's coupled to your providers at that point. Sorry. By the way, the bar under the chat is 2mm off from the left side. Chat inception. Oh, this one. Yeah. Oh, and the side bit as well? No, I think this. Yeah, so this bit is flush, but this is too high and too left. Can I? This is another thing. Like maybe I'm just. But oh, where is it? Read chat. How wide is this? 300. Then if I make this Discord thing, no. Yeah, so I made them both 300, and they're not. Like maybe I'm just doing it wrong, but it's 300. 300 parameters. Can't bits. The forking won't be well. Yes, it will be slower, but I mean, like when I say forking is bad, it's not because it's going to make it like massively slower or anything like that. It's just because it's going to add extra cognitive load onto you. If you see a function which is I don't know, like 100 lines long, and it's got like it's called arrow code. So you have like if blah, and then inside that you've got another if, and then inside that you've got another if, and then you've got like a for loop inside of here, and then yeah, you're like, it's called arrow code, and it just gets really messy, and you have like an else here, and then you don't have an else on that if, you have an else on this one, and having to line everything up, like this one doesn't have an else, this one does have an else, and it just gets really messy and hard to read. And the solution isn't just to stick all these ifs on like one long line, because then it's just as difficult to read. Like you'll see my code. I don't know where to point. Maybe this is probably the most complex one. But you'll see, like my code. This isn't complex at all, but you'll see me very rarely doing like multiple ifs inside of each other, or ifs and for loops inside of each other, or multiple for loops inside of each other. So like there's an if there, and then there's two ternary ifs here, but it's simple. They're not nested. You have a guard if, you have another guard if, and then that's it. Guard if, guard if. Like I don't do this. Technically it's wrong, but I mean, like I don't put, or I don't put don't do or equals undefined. Yeah, I don't stick them together, because one, your error message will be potentially wrong. Either you have to have a very generic error message saying like a parameter is wrong, or it's technically wrong because I put undefined. Yeah, so if they passed an undefined here and it said no username was, then it's, and there was a username given, obviously, then it's technically wrong. And it also means that anyone reading this code has to kind of work out two things at once. They go, oh, which one is this one true? Is that one false? Are they both false? Both true? Whereas this is just like separated. They only have to care about the username. So here they only have to care about if they have a current. It's in the data store. Again, ifs for guards at the top, more guards, but they're never like nested, or very rarely. And like I said this just now, but it's simple code. But normally my hard and fast rule is that if I've got, especially with for loops, two nested for loops is the maximum. So obviously you do like this. Not used to selecting. So like two for loops like this nested, that's fine. So you have to do this a lot, and you can't really get around it, and it's still short, and you don't really have to think about much. But if you start getting like triple for loop like inside of each other, and you're starting to do like I, J, K, and you're doing like some complex, well, this isn't complex, but I mean, if you've got like a multi-dimensional array and things like this, then you can probably refactor this. So instead you can do like blah equal something.find. Yeah, and then this find will have a for loop in it, but then this find can be used by everything. Why is my music? I've gone through fire. Go random. I just want simple music. Yeah, so this gets rid of this for loop, and like I said, it'll probably have a for loop inside of it, but if you're reading this, you don't have to care how this finds the array element or whatever you're looking for. You just know it's going to give you it. So this could do like a binary tree search. This could do like be like the registry pattern. It could be a hash map, or it could be like anything. It don't care. It's just hidden away. It's abstracted away from you. And then obviously because it's in its own method, other things can use it, and it's duplicating your code and not doing like triple for loops everywhere. And the overhead of a function call is nothing in this case. Like obviously, unless you're doing this like hundreds of thousands or millions of times, like this iteration, and even then, the fact that you're putting a function on the stack is not going to make any difference. It's going to be milliseconds, if that. It's going to be like microseconds. So that shouldn't be an issue. If you're iterating around things like millions and millions of times, then you can probably not iterate millions and millions of times by doing stuff outside of your for loops, like caching stuff or using different data structures, or using like binary trees to search for instead, and loads of other stuff. So if you're ever iterating over things like hundreds of thousands or millions of times, then you should probably kind of think about how your data is laid out and how you're accessing it, and that will give you the most benefit. That will give you the most savings. Like a lot of the time, sorry, going back to this. So, for example, say this blah method took a lot of time. Say it took like a few milliseconds to run. If you could optimize this method. So let me just so say it took 10 milliseconds to run, and you iterated over like 100,000 times or something like that. So it's going to take a few seconds, like 10 seconds to run this bit of code. You could optimize this function and shave, say, 3 milliseconds off, 30%, which is quite a good optimization. So it's 7 milliseconds now. But you're still iterating over like 100,000 elements, so it's still going to take you like 7 seconds. Whereas if you worked out a better way of storing these elements, or iterating over less elements because you've cached something or you worked something out before, and say you've reduced this down to instead of 100,000, it's 50,000 now, then you're going to save more in the long run than optimizing this single method. And you can also optimize this method as well. Like, it's not like one or the other. You can still optimize this, and you'll save 30% of this, and you'll save 50% of that. So and also, if this method is doing, if this for loop is doing lots of other things, so it's just calling like lots of different methods, and it's quite complex logic, and you've got like all of these kind of stuff, and in each of these methods you're shaving off like a millisecond or like 10% or something like this, but then you find a way of cutting this array length by 50%, then saving milliseconds here doesn't really matter when you've just saved like seconds here. So this is where it comes to, you actually need to profile your code and see where the time goes. Like, each of these could take a millisecond to run, but if you're doing that a million times, then you probably shouldn't be doing it a million times. You're not going to make this 1 millisecond much faster. Even if you somehow change it to half a millisecond, then you're still doing a million iterations. So yeah, you just need to profile your code. Right, where was I? Let's move OBS off rather so you don't get like a ton of windows. Let me just chat so I don't. What's your first name? My first name is Stuart. Width is okay, but a bit placed. Oh, it's perfect. Yeah, did I actually fix that? I don't think I did. Because it snaps. Oh no, it's snapping to the right place, it's the text which is cut off. Yeah, that... I think I'm now like... Yeah, it's because it's the bottom of the OBS window, makes it look overlapping. The left-hand side is lined up, I think, now. So yeah, thanks for pointing that out. Okay, cool. Right, let's check to see if it still does its thing. Just chat message from Pixel6. Yeah, okay, so I got my username now and got the chat message. Obviously replied with okay. So I don't need this anymore. Don't need don't really need that. That'll just be doodling earlier. Okay. No. What have I actually changed? Got rid of that. Okay, Twitch. So this has a join event, and it fires the join. I wonder why. Wonder why I wasn't getting the user earlier, like way earlier. Guess I need to wait for someone to join live coding. So I did this one, it's super simple. Move users out of points, yeah, register plugin events, yeah. So let's make I don't know why it thinks everything has changed. I need to like open GitHub desktop thing and then close it again for it to sort itself out. Okay, so aggregator, let's create a copy. That's how much is inside of here. Copy the top bit. File to users. Not Python, JavaScript. Okay, close this, close that. This and keep event emits big that there. Right, so start data store equals a list. Oh. So what I want to equal. So what I was thinking was that you can have like username equals blah, obviously, and then each of the plugins, you could have its own namespace. So this is like the user object, and it just contains some information about the user. But each plugin probably, well, not every plugin, but some plugins want to store some information about the user that's relevant to the plugin. So for example, the points plugin, I want to do points and then another object and then like count 100 to 100 or 1000, whatever, so 1000 points. You might want to like a last updated and a time, and just like anything, any kind of information about it. And then for example, the roulette plugin might want to record something and might be like games 10, wins 5, and whatever junk. And the reason why I'm namespacing it based on the plugin name is because you don't want this user object to have like a user.count. It's like, what is the count? Or a user.lastUpdated. Like, is that when the user was last updated, or when the points were last updated? Or user game, like games, doesn't really make any sense. User.wins doesn't really make any sense. The other way, and the way I hate, is when you do something like net underscore is 10. When you stick namespace in the name of the variable, and then you have like this, and it's just, I hate that. It's just create an object and then stick the properties in that object. Don't stick like the object name in your variable name, because then you just get like stupid stuff like games wins, games bosses, or whatever, and your variable names start getting stupid big. And it also means that it's now flat. Your data isn't, it's not normalized anymore. It's almost denormalized, because it's just a flat structure, and your property names are your namespace. And then everything's self-contained, and you just have like dozens of plugins if you want. They all have their own like self-contained information, and they don't pollute each other. And if for whatever reason one plugin has a wins and the other one has a wins, you don't have like any kind of conflicts. But yeah. Oh, that's the other thing as well. So users, like for example, Wodo had a YouTube account and a Twitch account, and they weren't linked in any way. I had no idea that they were the same like actual person. So I was thinking of adding a link plugin, which allows you to link two accounts together that are part of two different providers, or from two different providers. So one example is you could do like link, and then you so if you're on Twitch on Wodo, you could do link. I can't remember what the other account now was. Wodo, Silicor, something like that. Couture? I can't remember. But so Wodo would type this in chat, and then on Twitch, on YouTube, this user would get a either a whisper, like a personal message, which could contain an ID, like a randomly generated text string, which then on YouTube then post back. So you could do like link and then I don't know, confirm, or yeah, I think you get the kind of gist. Jeez. And then like some ID to then link the two accounts together, or you reply to the whisper with confirm or something like that. But essentially these two accounts are then linked. They have a reference to each other, and it's relatively straightforward to the user. They don't have to go through any like extra authentication or anything like that. And then when you do this, you can then allocate points or rewards or anything like that to just like a single account kind of thing, rather than getting two accounts with two separate points and things like this. So, and it also gives the streamer a better understanding of who's the same person viewing it multiple times. And you could also go, if you view my stream multiple times on multiple providers, which helps me, you might get slightly more points per minute. So if you get 10 per minute for every extra stream you're in, you might get an extra point. So 4 streams, 14 points kind of thing. Oh, okay. But yeah, sorry, I couldn't remember if what it was exactly. So this is another thing. I think I added it plugin down. Linking accounts together, different providers. And this is what facilitates that. Yeah, so I'll do like accounts or linked. Yes, that's a list. Oh yeah, also I need a provider where I found this username, like where it came from, Twitch. Probably. I was thinking an ID as well, just like a randomly generated ID, but I don't know if that would actually give me any benefit of just using the username, because the username will be. But if I wanted to search for, so for example, if I had 2 users, one on Twitch and one on live coding, which both had the same username, like my bot, or maybe Master Wodo's got 2 accounts on the same account name but on 2 different providers, I can't just search this list of users for that username, because I'll get 2, or I'll get the first one if it's like find first. So instead of storing the username in this like linked accounts list, I store the UID. So then the one on Twitch would have a certain ID, and the one on live coding will have a certain different IDs. And then I can do like users.find and then give it the ID and do it like that. Actually, yeah, just stick a find on here to begin with. This can probably just return a Lodash. Find probably this.use. Then we want a user the dot ID, something like that. Photo and username is different from display name at Twitch, but you normalize lowercase. Yes, in Twitch provider I use the display name first, and if it doesn't have a display name, I use the username. But I don't do any upper or lower casing. So one issue I would have with this is, and this is why I might want to pass around user objects rather than user names, because if you don't have a display name and you just have a username, obviously, and that username gets added into the point site database or the user database, and then you change your display name, you could have issues there where it looks like it's a different user even though it's the same one. I have to have a think about that. So to create turn extend defaults create a user. Yeah, let's do that. Sucker for classes. Trying to think about what my interface needs to be. This is like the typical way, simple way of doing. Let's have like add, remove, etc. I need a create, do. I can do user turn self add. Inside of this I can do dot in users dot added this could return the index that it was added at. Oh, wow. underscore dot. A equals that. What's A? A is the array. I pull 5 shouldn't exist. But it's A, same array. Basically I wanted to see if it's been removed or not. I could do a length check. At this dot array, dot use. Then dot length. Be nice if this returned like false, but maybe there is something in Lodash which does this. If length greater than dot users. Did remove via this return post and remove the list. I could actually. How does ES6 set? How does that do an equality check? Pass it a function. Set itchable dribble values of any type, whether primitive or object references. Okay. Value equality, because each value in has to be unique. Value check. Okay. And is considered. I don't think I can. I can't give it like a function to do an equality check. It just compares object references. So if I try and insert the same values for the user, as in the same ID, the same username, etc., etc., but a different object reference, then it's going to allow me to. Whereas I don't want it to, because I don't want two users with the same username, same provider, and that would be added twice. Probably gonna have to. I can't just do this. So walk users list and check see if user / provide provider Does this blow up? Can I save it? Nope. Index. aggregate. Really care about options at the moment. So then, see how kind of bloated this becomes with the providers here. So if I do Twitch, I should just move my key. My keyboard is like halfway in my desk, and I've got a mug of coffee right in front of me, and my hands are like over the coffee mug, typing. Probably why it's failing to type. So on joined, then users.add find whenever you get the joined event, then it just pipes it into the user.add event. Should it go in add or should it go in? You'll get a bit of wastage. It already exists, but should be okay. If we put it straight into the add, then it's not gonna do any like, oh, I've passed just a normal JavaScript object, so I'm going to convert it into a user object and things like this. So let's try create for now. So we should be able to do twitch on join meme on. Is that true? I think we joined it. So join provider dot. Yeah, so I'll do this dot on it. Provider Twitch. So I can copy this. Do this dot on it. Don't care about that anymore. Use it. That's it. Like. Let's try that. Didn't. Oh, that's good. I don't know. As well. There. About. Say this does. Provide a Twitch. Junk up. Like that. Huh? Oh, here. Watch. Export. So, it's tiny. This is not a function. It's super. Index users. Oh. That is just not a constructor. typing. What's this print? Undefined, undefined. Fantastic. I know you can the return an object thing, but I thought you could just do, yeah, so that's what, oh, like I'm using fire, isn't it? Super calls the constructor of the base class. So, wherever my use, so uses inherits from event emitter, which is what extends means. So this is a constructor, and super will call the constructor of event emitter. But you can also use it in other methods to call the method you're overriding. So if event emitter had a remove function, you could do super.remove to call like the base method. Because there, yeah, hit. Oh, there we go. This is going to work though, because it needs so why yes. Maybe I'm missing synth. It was just that. So did I get, yeah, user. Okay, good. I was almost right. Okay, so I don't need that anymore. And it seemed to register the plugins. So let's go to and print some stuff when this gets added. Log. Let's not do it there. Or this dot. log. Ah. Don't need it. Stop. Do it. Synchronous event. Do it. That was an error. Class constructor user code without new. No. Create. These joins, but we didn't get any. Get any firing. No. Well, it doesn't account for the fact that the Twitch ones didn't. But okay, interesting. Yeah. See this one? Sublime, it would work out that there's a, well, in this case a backtick, but a quote or a single quote, and it wouldn't give you double quote like it did there. Okay, creating user pixel 6 spot. So, can I? Can't remember. Extend. default ID. Log. Okay, good. So I want it. Yeah, you are. We don't see this, where is it? This user was added. I don't think. Anything about this. Start add user. So, does not include. Does include. So blah was added. It's wrong. Tick. 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 Dot. So in Python you have a string and a repr function which define, which when called turns a string representation of the object. That is Java. So then I oh. Add. So parameters. So this at the moment this where is it? This event just gives you the username of the user that joined. So this is just going to get the username. I should probably make this return object. Instead, I could just 6 creates an object and the value of leave it dot small. Okay. His name. Easy peasy. as well. Odd minutes is fine. Okay, save now. And dot strings. This dot string. Parameter. So just trying to think how to when these get updated, how points plugin could emit an event which just contains like essentially the username and the plugin name, which is points, which this then listens to. Oh, sorry, containing the points that to be added, and then this listens for it and applies the points. But then again, this needs to know about the points plugin. Should just the points plugin should have some idea about the user, I think. When you no idea. Like, it's functional now, like you can use it and it does really basic stuff. The main feature is this proxy bit, I think. It's the most useful one. But the points plugin and it knowing about the users in all the different streams is probably like the second biggest useful thing. So I want to get them done first. Why, do you have a use for it? Yeah, Krish. Like, are you waiting for it to be released? I need to create a user. Users. Welcome back. Clean slightly. This is a better way. Typically, the way I do my logs is that I have the object first, which contains like a unique identifier like the ID, and then a human read name, so like the username in this case, and then the action that was done to it. So then when you're looking in the logs, you can go, oh well, these are the user. When you're reading this log line, you go, oh, it's a user, and what was done to it? It was added. It's a user. It was created. So it's always in the same format. Whereas the way I had it just then, where I had added, then the user, it means you can't just skim through and go. You'll go like added. Oh, what was added? The user. Oh, what was added? Oh, what was removed? The user. And then the other one was created. Then so it's like an inconsistency between what comes first, what dot comes second. So when it's like this, I think it's more consistent. Hey, Arga. It's in a private repo at the moment, so you can't see this code. But I will be releasing it at some point. Do a load. Static save. I'm always in two minds between this, if they should be static one. Like, do you want to instance the users like this, and then you just load it like that? Or do you want to do like users equals dot load? This gives you like a basic JavaScript object, and then you pass this into that. I can never have an objective opinion better. It does mean that you can just load the users whenever you want, whereas this one you can only load and add the users like when you first construct it. Obviously you can add a method to this which you then pass stuff in, but kind of got two methods now. One for loading, one for like replacing, like users.replace, I guess. That's how replace or reset. That's how like Backbone and other kind of entity libraries do it. Set allows you to take these and like assign them, like clearing out anything that's there and assigning them. Hey Gruffle. But the thing is, Gruffle is you would always have an instance, as in like this wouldn't really use users without an instance. Like, it's not just a namespace that you just has like a load of methods hanging off it. You actually want data encapsulated in it. You want an object which has a state. This dot path. Points. I'm sure one of these had a load and a save. Yeah, this. So copy these instead. I know they were. Stop conf path. Yeah, let's do exactly the same. It's dot use. Go to save data store. To save so conf new let's do this dot config stick this stuff. Put it in .state. See if this works. Just going to return an object at the moment. Find. Well, it's not going to return anything. It's nothing saved. But so whenever to balance it. Like this points plugin, it handles the loading inside of itself. Yeah. Save. Oh, it's nice. It is nice and cruffle. I like it. I've been using JavaScript for many JavaScript plus Node plus like ES5, ES6 is nice. Okay, save. If something was actually removed, stop save. Something was save. It's not defined. And this FS is like the God save for I was saying FS is like the savior for JavaScript, because JavaScript can't like normal browser JavaScript can't save anything to disk, to your local disk. It can save but stuff in like local storage and things like that, but that's stored inside of the browser. Like the browser handles that. You can't just arbitrarily read and write files to the operating system, because that's like a security issue. Whereas when you have Node and it's running on V8 and you have like full access to the operating system, then you can expose a file system to the app, which you can then write to. Done the state thing. Do sudo add jeez. No. Saved users to blah. Cool. To file. Simple user. Have ever curious to see what happened. Like I've never tailed a log, a config or a state file before. See what it assume just content file again. Place it in line. Come on, providers, because see interesting how the bot connects. Like it the event for the bot joining fired straight away on B. But on things like Twitch, it takes a while. Assume there's, because you should get all the other bots as well. Twitch. So we got 2. What do you do? It's a bug, and then when you start looking for it, it's no bug. Say like 30 seconds, but okay, so we got that loading emphasis. Actually, do we have it loading? That. So users.load. Start users. And take this object and to essentially just create. I could just call a create on everything. Get a bit of spam. It says like creating, or really creating it. There we go. Now the file. Now they're all there. Coming up. I told it to ignore that. That quick. Aggregator. List like Twitch. Oh, maybe we can. It doesn't care who it is at this point. Yeah, it doesn't do any checking for the blacklist here. It's in the slider con sense. So let's add that. Sliders. Just automatic muscle memory and Control S to save stuff. Okay, so there should be an object. Contain. So it's just a list which contains objects. Okay. Okay. Stop. and because wherever it is, this constructor, so it calls this.create, passed in, which is just now a JavaScript object, a normal object, goes up to this, parameters gets passed into user, which comes into here. It will create an ID, but then it will be overridden by the parameters that are passed in, and then assigned to this. Well, technically it does this. It takes this object, so this is what extend does, it takes this object and copies all the properties of this object onto this. Like this and this. Like you could stick any old object here, like that. And then it takes the properties of parameters and then copies it onto this. And you can have many objects, like loads of them, and they all just sequentially go from left to right, copying the properties onto another. So because this contains an ID, it's going to replace this ID, this new generated ID. So then we'll always have the same ID. Load it. For each is not a function. This is let's not save this as. Save it as. Let's not do data. Because the standard object is much nicer than like an array in a JSON file and faffing around with that. So then we can do this, users do dot. Define a check on this. See, this is where I don't. Always in two minds with this. If we should have if you should be able to just pass like a random JavaScript object into here, and it goes. If it's like a basic JavaScript object, then I convert it into a user object, and then try and add it. Or you should have like a dedicated create method, which takes some parameters, and then I'm pretty sure this is better. So it's concerned with doing one thing and one thing only. Not fine. So then this is the next question. If it does find the user, then should it just update to do constant current found then we do found dot update to else, something like essentially. Move that there. Hey, Seliku. Why do you use so much spaces between the code? I use spacing to logically separate groups of functionality. I also find it easier to read. So typically I'll stick comments in between like substantial blocks of code. Typically my files, classes, methods are all short enough so that even if I do have lots of spaces, this is only, what, 20 lines of code? You won't see me write methods which are more than like 100 lines of code, even with all the spaces and comment. I want to use this update in here, but I'm already going to solve anything. Anyway, I can do that later. Where are you? So we found a user with the same ID, then update it. If we don't, then we call this, which creates a new user. Does an update count as an add? Probably. Not many things we'll be looking at. Shouldn't. Wasn't added, it was updated, so let's return. Returning false, update. Not very nice. Update returning is undefined, so then we get a book. Did that answer your question, Seliku? So still 0 data default data store doesn't to loaded it. There's no crates after this, so it's like it doesn't even go into here. So sort of log, which is empty. No. Krish. First time I've done any kind of streaming bots or interaction. Oh, I should probably this file because it you you. I expect it to be empty. This was saved. this, start this. Let's do empty. File look like less. Okay, well, it's empty. What happened? It's created. Add. That's add. So we got that created. Sorry, that message. Add to here. Should have nothing. Up here. Found undefined is away because it's not going to find it. Found was false, so then we'll go to here. Start users. Oh. Probably. That's probably. There we go. See, because JavaScript is function scoped, well, with vars and things like this and consts and stuff, but let is box scope. I can access outside of this block. So this user is defined here. I can access it outside of this. If I wanted to be a bit more kind of basically doing parameter into that function. So this is on the same level now, same scope, and then it's passing it into this function. This user parameter doesn't look, but doesn't change the functionality of the code. Fine. Okay, user 6 found undefined false. So each time I load this, see you get all these added. Get rid of that. See file or state file every. You do get a bit of spam. It's added like every time you load it. But cut that down. Yes. Do. A few times, like in a few other libraries I've done, create and add methods can take lists. So you don't have to call the same method over and over again for every user. You just pass in a list of users and then it iterates over them doing this. So I could do that, but it's not going to reduce the amount of these I get. Unless obviously I do like a, instead of just doing a created, for every user I do a created 5 instead. So I move this out of the created 5. Don't know which one's better. Seeing verbose logs is good sometimes. Tells you exactly what's happening, but it can get quite big. Is that really half an hour? It's an hour. I'm getting 1, 4, I'd expected 2 because I've got I think I got one on Beam. I think the bot is called just Pixel 6 bot. 6 bot on there. What's live coding's bot name? 6 bot. Twitch is 6 bot. But I don't think I'd expected this many. Yes, it's on live coding. So the bot is running on Beam, live coding, YouTube, and Twitch. This is how, if I look at text, so if I look at my on my Twitch stream, I can see that you typed a message because it proxies your messages into Twitch and Beam and YouTube and such, and it prefixes it with where it came from. So then, if you asked a question, and I responded to that question, other people would know what I'm talking about. Whereas normally, because the chats aren't synced and they're not propagated between each other, you ask a question and it was just like I'm just randomly talking about something and other viewers wouldn't know. And then to get around that, I would have to read out your question and then respond. Whereas if the bot just does it for me, then it's easier. So there's like a halfway house with a restream where I can see all the aggregated chats in this like application, and if I type test here, it goes to all the others, all the places I'm streaming to. But when you guys chat and type something, it doesn't automatically propagate it to all the others. So that's why I wrote a bot to do it. And it's super simple. Like, where is it? Proxy. This is the proxy plugin. It's like what, 30 lines of code. Obviously, it inherits from plugin, and plugin is like, well, 50 lines of code. But yeah, it's pretty simple. So the question is, why are these? It looks like every time he gets reassigned a new, I think. Yeah, is it changing? Well, actually no, it's probably because when the providers fire an event saying this person joined, I only get the username. So it's always going to create a new user because the find is finding based on ID, and it doesn't have an ID. specify that worked. Because yeah, because I only fire it's in there, and then the user so create will take a provider and object. It's not a used object, it's just a standard object. But I'm just cautious because I'm really sure the provider should be passed into the create. Shouldn't really care about providers. Have I been muted this time? I really hope I haven't. Yeah, Krish said. So the user does need to know if I should be sending the provider through on the user object rather than, or both, I guess. Or maybe constructing the ID here and not constructing the ID inside of here. That's better. Yeah, because this doesn't really care where the users came from. So I think I should be doing it. Right. So one, which is concatenation. Oh, essentially a concatenation of this name provider is username for consistency. Copy. Okay, get the parameters normally are. Let's get passed into new user, because we already provided the ID. This gets replaced, and then we get the provider. Wow. Get rid of this file. Yes, I do. Start this. Interesting how it still has a ID generated. This one that passed in. This user, it's because of the plugin. I need to or the first parameter, which is the plugin parameter. So provider which I don't need because I'm binding to the provider, so I know which provider I'm I mean like the context. So yeah, get rid of. Whereas with this one I do need it because it's like a global event space. You're not like explicitly binding to a certain provider. You're just told about when when someone joins the provider. You still need this for this, but I don't think you need it here. Let's do that. And I don't have to change it. So saying that, it still gets the ID. So let's look at create. Got it wrong, but I could just not save any, load anything. Save. Create pixel bot, 6 bot. This doesn't contain. Oh, because it's from Beam, isn't it? That is what. And this is where I'll start creating this code and put it in its own function. So I'm not going to copy this structure every provider. So this is like the mini refactoring you were asking about. You Wodo? No, it's Mr. Cheap. His name is not defined. Data. Another good rule for APIs and structures and things like this is if you generate a property which is a mixture of other properties, like by concatenating the name and the username together, so you're combining properties to make another property. Each of the properties that are used and that are combined together should also be in the structure. Does that make sense? Yes, I'm taking the provider name and the username, concatenating them together, and that generates the ID. But I should expose the provider and the username separately, so that they don't have to go, oh, what's the username? Oh, I'll cut up the ID and split on dash and things like this. Or what's the provider name? Oh, it's the first one, split it, and then it's the first element. They shouldn't be doing any of that. They should just be given the raw value. So then you can change the format of the ID as you wish, and it doesn't break their client code and their cutting things up code. So there you go, create ID provider username. To hash them together, get an ID. Do I want to do that? So it actually looks like an ID rather than just things together. I'd try that. I just want to use crypto library. Just MD5 it or SHA-256 it. Crypto, blah blah blah, hash.
synchronously call a function and just get the hash back. Okay, yeah, good. Oh no, this is a go on a HMAC. Create sign update. Loader. Verify. No. Generate. Char. X. Password encryption. That's not hashing. So many people get hashing and encryption wrong. Like just the terminology, not the implementation of what you should and shouldn't do. They say like, oh, I'm just going to encrypt my password. It's like, no, you shouldn't be encrypting passwords. Hashing them. .NET. Yeah, that seems like the simplest. What do I get if I don't? A60 code it. Just not buying. Oh, does this return or not? It does, doesn't it? By their base code. Base 64. Like this. Slight difference in hashing. Massive difference between hashing and encryption. Hashing is one way. Encryption is you can get the original value out as long as you have the key, obviously, but you should never need to know the original password. Just take the, like for example, if it's with passwords, you take the user's password and hash it, and then you store the hash. You should never need to know the password. Even when you're comparing it, when they log in, you just hash what they send you and then compare it with the hash that you've stored. And then you should hash it with like an actual decent hashing algorithm, like SHA-256 or 512, or not like MD5 or anything like that, because there's too many collisions and it's too easy to break, too easy to crack. you should then salt your passwords. Okay, so like passwords 101. So you have password. It's like whatever the user passes in. You append a salt to it. And the salt is a dynamically generated random set of characters, alphanumeric characters like this, nice and big. So you do password pixel 6, and then you basically do that password plus salt. So then you get like pixel 6 with loads of junk on, and then you do hash AAA, and then this gives you like a fixed length, like loads of junk. Yeah. So then in your database or wherever you're storing this, you store the salt and the password together in your database side by side. It's fine. But you have to generate the salt, a different salt for every password, for every user essentially. And the reason why you do this with the salt is so that you mitigate or make rainbow tables redundant. Thanks, Basic. If you're heading off, good night. So a rainbow table is where you take like a set of characters. It doesn't have to be like a human word. It could be anything, and then you compute the hash of that in 256 or MD5 or whatever. So you have like a massive dictionary. They're literally called dictionaries. Where you have like pixel 6 and pixel 67, and then the hash changes slightly. Well, it's not slightly, it's massively. It's completely different, but and you do this for millions and millions of different words and combinations of letters and numbers and symbols and things like this. And then you take your database, you stole someone's database and it contains loads of hashes, and then you just run through your dictionary and go, does this hash match? No. Go on to the next one. No. And you can do like you can go through this like millions and millions of rows like a second. And you can generate these hashes like billions and billions of them a second, and on your hardware. And if you've got like GPU like this and ASIC, like dedicated ASIC boards and things like this. So to mitigate this, you just append or prepend a salt, so then they can't generate it because your normal like human readable password is no longer that. It's that plus all this junk. And there's so many permutations in this salt that it's impossible to generate every permutation. So that's like pretty good. Like that's what you should be doing by default. And then to make it even harder is you don't just hash this once. You essentially you hash it and then you append the salt and hash it again, and the salt hash it again. So you have hash AAA plus salt. Yeah, and you just like almost recursively do this, but you do this like 10,000 times or 50,000 times. And the reason why you do this is because to generate a single hash for a given value, even with like SHA-256 or 512 or 1024 or anything like that, any of the hashes, they're very fast. Like they take milliseconds to hash them. And if you have dedicated hardware like GPUs, or you have ASIC boards which only do like hashing of like generate SHA-256 hashes, then it can do like millions and millions of them a second. So what you want to do is you want to make it as computationally expensive, both in time, memory, CPU cycles, as you can, because even if you hashed it like 50,000 times in your code, that's going to take a second. Maybe it'll take a second to do that, but it takes them a second to generate a hash for every possible like character permutation or combination, say. It's going to make it like orders of magnitude harder and harder to
to compute. Yeah, so if it takes like 1 second, like basic implementation takes 1 millisecond for a hash, and then you it's called key stretching. Yeah, by hashing a hash. Now it becomes 1 second. It's now 1,000 times slower to generate these hashes. So it's going to take them 1,000 times longer to try and break this hash by only doing like a simple for loop essentially. So that's called key stretching. So you're salting and you're key stretching. The next thing you should probably do is it's called peppering. Salt, pepper. And pepper is where you take a static value. Again, it'll be like some huge long string like this, kind of like your key when you're encrypting. And you would store this in your code, or on disk, or somewhere other than where your salt is. And then you take your pepper and you basically do the same as what you're doing with your salt. So you do pepper plus password plus salt, and then you hash that, and then you pepper plus hash plus salt. And the reason why you do this is because, again, it makes it even more difficult to break the hash, to crack the hash, but also because the pepper is inside your code and the salt is inside the database, it means that they have to steal your database and have to steal your code at the same time to be able to break these passwords, which in distributed environments and things like this, where your database is on one server and your code is on another server, makes it much more difficult. They need to break into both servers to do this. And even if it's on the same server, they have to know where it is in your code or what file it's saved in on disk, so it just makes it even more difficult to break. And even if they did have a pepper and a salt, it's going to be so difficult to generate all these different permutations. It's just going to take ages and ages and ages. This is just for like one single password. If you've got a database with 10,000 users, 100,000 users in it, and it takes them like a day to crack one password, maybe a day, it's probably going to take longer than that. They're going to have to take 10,000 days to break all the passwords, crack all the passwords. So those are like the three basic things, well, kind of four basic things you do with hashing. Is you need a decent cipher, or SHA-256 or 512 or something like that. You salt it, you stretch it, and you pepper it. And there's tools which do this for you. Like I think one of the examples was talking about it just for this. So this DKDF2 is this will do the salting and the hashing for you, and it will also do the key stretching. Like by default, there'll be a stretch length of like 10,000 or something like that. Probably this DK side length. C is the number of iterations desired. So you can set this to like 10,000 or 100,000, etc. Also, when you're hashing stuff, it should be a constant time hash as well. There's a famous movie about this where there's like a nuclear launch code or something, and it has six characters, and it basically cycles through every character. Explain. Read what Wodo said. A lot of people do the mistake. They send login data in one message. I send them in messages. Why? What? So the username in one request and password in another request? Why do you do that? But yeah, in a constant time comparison is where, for example, if you have, if you have the password, which is password, you have a naive solution where you just for loop over this, and you do for
like for char in A, and then you have like input equals pass word with a B on the end. You'll be iterating through this, and you'll go, yes, the P matches, the A matches, the S, yes, the W, the O, the R matches, and then the B will mismatch. And you can time how long that takes. So if that took, for example, 8 characters, 7 characters matched, that took 7 milliseconds. Then, you'll start with trying to do this in a precise way. So you send one password, and it takes like 1 millisecond to do the comparison, and then you send another one, it takes 1 millisecond. You send another one, it takes 1 millisecond, and then at some point it will take 2 milliseconds because it's now compared the A and the P together. So, for example, you send A, it takes 1 millisecond. You send B, it takes 1 millisecond. C, it takes 1 millisecond, like so. And then at some point you send P, and it now takes 2 milliseconds because it pairs correctly, and now it's gone on to A, and your A is mismatches. So like these strings are like A, like this, yeah. So then you send P, PA. That takes 3 milliseconds, and you send PB, and takes 2 milliseconds, and you do this like thousands and thousands of times to get these like close resolutions of time. So you now know the password starts with PA because this one takes the longest to compare because it has to do more work, because it has to iterate through more characters, and you just keep doing this until you crack your password, basically. This is why, first off, it should always return if it compares the password, and if the password's correct, it should take like a millisecond to return. If it's incorrect, it should also take a millisecond to return. So then the comparison and the amount of computation it takes to compare them is hidden from any external kind of caller, because then it has no idea if only one character compared or 90% of them compared. And an easy way to do this is, for example, in Python, you have a start time, time.time, and then you do your computation, like you're comparing, and then you do your or however long you want it to take. So say, just do 5 seconds, example. And then you do time.time minus start, which gives you the difference it took between how long it took to compare. And then you minus it from each other, get like A, and then you just do time.sleep A. So it essentially makes it so if the difference between start and here is 3 seconds, and you want it to take 5, then you do 5 minus 3, which is 2, and then it sleeps for 2 seconds. So it's always going to take 5 seconds, or very close to 5 seconds, like within nanoseconds kind of thing. Microseconds. Wordo, because I don't know what SO. If SO hijacks the message, he gets all of it instead of part of it. If you're sending a login friend, it's normally text and not whatever. If the hacker is on your network, he can see both requests. Doesn't matter if you send them individually, he's still like a man in the middle. He can see all your packets going backwards and forth. So he's just going to go, oh, well, that's the username, and then he's going to wait and goes, oh, that's the password. And then he's just going to put the 2 and 2 together. And then typically, well, not typically, like kind of enforced, you should be sending name and passwords over TLS, transport level security, so like HTTP and SSL, and so it won't be sent across the wire in plain text anyway, it'll be encrypted. so there's no need to split them into multiple requests. And this is why when you go to like Twitter and you log in, it will send your text, your password in plain text, and it doesn't do multiple requests because there's no need to. Yeah, so this is constant time comparison. And yeah, making it so like a /login. Like when you go into a website and you type your username and password in, that should take a second or two. Like even if the request could be done instantly and be like 10 milliseconds, it should still take it like a second or two. Because if someone is sitting there trying to brute force these passwords, then it will slow them down like massively. And because the user's only going to be logging in like once every so often, it's not going to affect their experience. It's not going to be like, oh, I had to wait a whole second to log in when I do it once a month. Not going to annoy them. Also, you should only, and this is like, you see this a lot, if you fail to type in the password like 5 times, then it blocks you for 10 minutes. This is another way of stopping brute forcing and hackers from just spamming the server with requests to try and crack the password. And there's a few things you need to about when it comes to rate limiting. You can't do it on IP. Well, you can do it on IP to begin with, but you shouldn't only do it on IP because it's very easy to change and spoof your IP. Shouldn't lock the user out of their account just because someone tried to, like some random person tried to log into their account multiple times. You should always try and give them a way of either resetting the first notifying that someone is doing this, send an email to them, to give them a way of unlocking their account, like by an email address, like by an email that they can click a link just for them. And there's like loads of other things you can do, and obviously 2-factor authentication adds like another layer of security on it, and so. Anyway, I hope that helped. I'm going to be right back.
Back. What would I say? Right, just a basic thought. SSL is better true or through different system, user on PC and password on mobile, or other way around. A modern security system. SSL is better true or through PC and password. I'm not sure why you're asking. You should always use SSL for HTTPS for sending any kind of credentials backwards and forth between client and server. If that's what you're asking. Just want to see what the interface is. So equals so encrypt so blah dot up hello what a dot I just do die. Oh, hex. Yeah, maybe I'll just do hex. Yeah, that's better. Although it's really long, but slice it. Let's do that. B equals now when if you're using a cryptographic hash for anything, you should never like slice it. You should never the hashes are of a fixed length like 256, so if you slice it to something smaller than that, like 32, you remove the entropy from it and you're much higher. There's a much higher chance of getting collisions. So you should never do this in like real code which needs a cryptographic hash, but this is just an ID, and 32, like the entropy that 32 gives me is easily enough for the amount of users I'll be creating in this. Like the chance to get a collision is like 1 in billions.
So that's why I'm doing it here. And I'm only doing it because I want shorter IDs. I don't want IDs like this passed around. 32 isn't. We're getting tired. My spelling is really bad today. I'll stay 20 minutes. Okay. You don't have to stay. Crypto X is not a function. Digest. See, I could move this into the user object, and I just pass it this. Like I just do this, and then it hashes it inside of the object, so I don't have to copy this everywhere. Do that. Should. But then it's like, well, you should just be giving it the ID, not like having it. Like it doesn't. You should just say this is your ID, not give it like a pseudo ID and then it generates a new ID, because then, yeah, it's comparing. So there we go, the IDs again. So create, get rid of, let's RM that. Yes, I do. It's added. Don't actually know how many people are watching at the moment. I assume YouTube, Twitch, great. I'm actually appearing on a Twitch front page. Might work. God, he's been doing a bot for 207 days. What does the bot do? Solve, like, meaning of life. Load that up and have a look quickly. Server panel. Am I not here? That way, like no one's on Twitch. I'm like hidden. Oh no, there I am. What's it do? Blah 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 about the game Botland. Oh, it's a game called Botland. Oh yeah, I've seen this one. Yes. I should probably put this in my. Okay, well. Actually, about that. Uptime. Sure. Okay, so these were all added by the file. So saving them. So the create, I don't think I'm doing that anymore.
should be probably be putting timestamps on these. Let's give it. Okay, date. It's extra junk. Time zone and offset. That's what I want. Care about that. Known date. Okay. Do I have capital F? Oh. Day, month, day. Logline. He's like, do it in one place. Not in there. Provide log time. Pro tricks to the stream. Can't moment. See these getting loads of these now, which is good. Time. Let's look. Bus, blah. Brought up. Again, you could extend this so that you don't have to have like this log everywhere.
copied it. Just inherit from one. Something like that. This is all written in Java, no JavaScript. Time. Oh. There we go. Probably put second resolution. Uh, 14. Seconds. Just second, fractional second.
Okay, well, this is mostly working. So we got all of these, get like a whole duplicated ones now, even though I started the bot multiple times. It's loading, we have timestamps, we have different colors. This create though is this is where I'm thinking a add should proxy to create if it doesn't exist. Like if it doesn't find it, can't do an update, then it should create. And then the create should do the appending, because then in here I can just do this dot create like that, and that's pretty much all I need. And then all of this can be done in here. Copy this out, put that in here. Copy this out. Instead of doing this, I do that. Let's use, that's the new object. Get rid of this, check bar, that. See what that does. So created, which is good. And I guess we should change, we should say when it's updated. Copy. Updated user update. Stop. I don't extend. Date. Start string. This because it's bound to it. Ask the parameters that were changed, or not changed, but potentially changed. Extend this. This is not defined because I need to call super. Okay. So then if a user comes and goes on any of the channels, you should just get an updated, hopefully. As I say that, don't. Just get another created. Is the hash the same? So steam jar, hash is this, looks the same. It's the same. So I'm one. This find doesn't compare. Where's the signature of find? Is this the one that I was looking at before and it didn't? What I expected it.
Creates over elements of a collection. Return the first element. Collection. 9. It's ID. So dot the ID. It's interesting how that didn't get like even called. Oh. Yeah. Okay, there we go. So bar was updated. So let's make that so pink, I guess. Time message dot one. Message equals time as well. Okay. Time message already been declared. Message. No, time is time. Oh. Log. This update doesn't need. That space dated. So I'll wait for the others to get added. Should be fine now because I changed the create to an add, so shouldn't be re every time. Commit some of this stuff whilst we. that one, kind of, that one. It's a while. Does anyone have any questions in regards to the bot or JavaScript or programming in general or the text editor environment? Kind of anything in it. String is not a function. Uses 64. Something like that. Dot string is not a function. Oh. How to make it? What, the bot? I just did it myself. Apart from the libraries to talk to the providers, the streams. So I use the official Beam like JavaScript client library, this, to talk to the Beam servers. The live coding one, I think that's a third-party one. The Twitch one is again third-party, but like very well done and nice, and lots of people use it. YouTube one I wrote myself. And to work out what the Beam and the Twitch one and all that, I just googled it. But the setup and the plugins and the providers and this kind of stuff, I just did myself, just worked out myself. It's kind of a standard way of doing things. Okay, so user added. Probably should be user. Actually, this is going to return a user. This returns nothing. Undefined. So I could change it to that. Do this. And do so.
see how that goes. Updated, added. Yeah, that's added. Actually, do I even need this then? Because it's either updated or created, and the created will fire this. Yeah, so I don't think I need either of these. I can just put it back to what it was. Better. Let's get rid of the spam. Is that what you were asking, Basic? That answer your question? Discord. Discord. Care about Kai. To store get rid of this. So hit 5 is yeah, okay. Message join. So I need to again. See now, it's got two ways of doing stuff, and the whole this is so. Crypto is not defined. Okay, better. Okay, I'm gonna go to bed, but still listening. Good night. Good night, Wodo. Stopping by as always. Join channel Twitch. Nightbot was updated. Cool. So they're all updated. Well, user. Go on. ID. Donate. Provider. Count. Junk do we need, and then that should link these part plugins. There'll be a link plugin. So I guess it should just sit in plugins. Yeah, consistent, and it'd just be. So these subs, we can get rid of them. Same, yeah. Do so connected, join. We user takes joins the chat. So content passed in. Take this and can't pass it in directly because it's channel username stanza. Nice if I could cut off the first one to partial it and start. It's easier. Like so. It's not defined. Can't. Better. It's gone. Same here. Do that consistency. Say this. What to use? So at some point, this this will be a user object probably, and I'll send the user object, like I'll merge the two together and return that. So if it has like mod and all stuff on it, so this will be user, and then it will be user.user, and then I'll merge this user on that user, etc. etc. Okay, what the fuck? Is it join? Join. Yes, that's cleaner now. It's only using the single event emitter rather than the pub sub one and the internal one. I can do this dot error message as I transition over. This. So the next thing, which actually might be a little difficult, is whenever let's update when a plugin. So first of all, a plugin needs to know about the list of users, and second, whenever the plugin wants to modify the user, it needs to have a way of telling the user's like curator to update the specific user with the plugin's information. Okay, so how am I going to get the user, either the individual user or the list of users, point plugin? So I can register events when things are being added or removed. That's like super simple. But I have to keep a local copy of the users inside the points plugin class, or I can keep a reference, because I'll catch the event, and then the event will have a this, which is it will essentially have a this. Then maybe this doesn't need to know about this because it just does it. So whenever I do I run a command like this add, it's going to have to fire an event. Thing is that because I'll be incrementing the points, I need to know what the current points are. I need to like get the user, increment it, and then send it back. I can't just send the points to here, because then the user needs to know how to add the points and any kind of multipliers or anything like that which happens. So yeah, can't be put in the logic there. So I need a way of getting the I don't want to be passing in this user thing to the points plugin. Then they're coupled. I don't really want to be storing a local copy because then it's duplicating logic. Local copy of users. Yeah, Skandra. Mr. A thrilling stream. Talking about inheritance and composition. It had me talking about hashing and encryption. The fun things. How not to do like for loops and ifs, stuff like this. And I've moved. So we had the points plugin last time, and this stored a local list of users, and it just had points and super simple basic stuff. Whenever it needed to like get a user or add a user or whatever, it would look at its local copy. I've now moved all the user stuff into its own separate object, and it's like a global object, which then things register with it, and it registers with other stuff. So when a provider goes, oh, a new user has joined the channel, then this user object kind of picks that up and stores the information about the user in a file. But the problem is at the moment is that I'm trying to work out how a plugin can get the list of users without like directly calling this object or having a reference to the user object or having a copy of the users locally. I am Rotrix, yeah. So I'm multi-streaming to Beam, Twitch, live coding, and YouTube. Kill this. Options we have. So for plugin,
So we store a local copy of the this requires listening for requires add and plus do object. This is the atom doesn't that great. So right click and go spell check. Correct. It's doing it. Thanks. Kate. Store reference to the global other store reference to the global use together. There was a third way, but I can't remember it. Copy. Right, let's listen for add and remove, which means you have to store a local copy. So either or, vice versa with these two. Yeah, store a global object. So this is getting user info, updating info. Just a problem. I need to get it because I need to get its current state and then update it, like increasing the number of points, for example. Getting the user like the hardest part. The other option is I could store the users in a global, like an actual global object that I require in everything. But then again, that's coupling. Not very nice. I don't want to really be using events to ask for things either. It's a thing. What about Nightbot?
I don't want to be like I don't want the plugin to be sending an event to ask for a certain user or that. I want to be like, here's a username and a provider, give me the associated, like, give me the user object. Then you're sending events back and forth and you're like echoing events, and it doesn't seem nice. Plugin did store a local copy, then you'll be duplicating objects every. Well, you won't be duplicating objects. It'll be the same reference, just in multiple places. So it's not like it's using more memory or anything like that. But it does mean you need a way of adding, dating, binding, etc. the users. Better if that was just done by find to make. I'm distracted by messages. Bit of a think background. Start plug in quickly. Let's get the foundation there. Stuff is did. Probably just copy this this points plugin really. Well, some of it is going to be the same. Like this unknown process structure, some of it. So name. That care when users join. command is plugin should have a command command let's do something like that. Not. I can work these out. See new chat command, command, I and pilot command type. Command. Sorry, user, I don't recognize the command, so command type blah command help. Okay. So take access sub command. Sort of. Return. Tick in the background, it's like someone just washing the dishes or something. Let's register this. Points registered. Is there a... Oh. plugin, blah blah. String. Oh, there, register. Okay, so if I link some. So some subrouters. So in chat you'd just go Twitch, what line hit? Beam Pixel 6. So it's coming up with this message because it's interpreting beam as a command, like a subcommand to link. Could do some, and it's hard coding the providers in again. Do you like beam? But okay, well, I think I might call it there and then think about it. Try and come up with a solution next time. Coding. Ida. See if anyone's downloading today. Probably not. 6. Well, that might include include bots and scrapers, jazz. Probably does. Push probably push a new version at some point because I updated the README. Kind of nice, the colours. I do say so myself. But yeah, that's the other thing. To Nightbot commands or messages, I should say. Which I out like partially login code. It's not really. Join struct. Does it edit it? Opt. Tempted to do that now. Index backlist. Backlist. Twitch. Yeah, so the providers. It says loading config from disk. This should probably be in a config as well. That is aggregate config. Const config. Blacklist. Command. I can pass this in to do config.command. Pass into these either take a default do con. So provider the config get rid of the so typically I don't even so typically I use single quotes for property names, or like actual code, and double quotes for anything that's human text, like error messages, log messages, status messages, things like this. So then I can, if I ever need to like add translation or something like that, then I can just search for all double quotes, and then put translation around them. Things like that. Just makes it a bit easier. Backlist. Or use it to Okay, so in the chat, create a reply, connect, connected, joined, say. Trying to find the provider. Client chat. Yeah, so I need to do the same and pass this down into a lower function. The logic in the same place. So chat. Chat message. Pass it down into it. So I can then it's blacklisting and things, logging, metrics. So what do I use? This can probably be changed into object at some point. Message. I don't copy that. Keep that in. Stop chat. Use. Get rid of these two. It's gonna code somewhere which does the so if the user is in blacklist, so config turn dot chat still need the old way of doing it. So its name is turn. Say coding. Chat. So to chat. So chat tube message dot display.
I appreciate the sentiment, but I'm afraid
Side of
it's nothing more than a daydream.
provider Some debugging. Was blocked. Oh, yeah.
Daydream.
Almost 5 hours streaming. Yep. Almost. Not the longest I've done, but probably will be heading off soon because it's 2:15 in the morning. Kind of blocked and blocked. Good. If I interesting. If I say something now, I'll be blocked by the still went. Surprised by that actually. Why aren't I blocked? I was in the physics bot. Oh yeah, because I guess it's just the bots. Makes sense. Okay, good. That works. Spider. Do you mean it gets to emote? It's working correctly, so. Tube. Chat. Processing. Pro. Okay. This one semi done. Again, there should be two. Stop. This is a provider, so it's gonna fire it. Just get rid of this. To this. Fine.
I'm gonna call it there. I got a decent amount done, but I still need to think about how to pass these users around. Thing is to dedupe so it's everywhere. It's like format. It's being able to pass in the module name, color, like the identifier. So it'll so be like module name, color, something like that. Logging, log, message. Kind of like how format, like Python logging and such work. Turn from these 2 lines of code to 1. And I only have to write the format in one place and okay. Okay. So just have a quick look at the people on. I've got so many points for Beam, like the Spark things, but there's nothing really to spend them on, as far as I can see. Exception. It's me. Coding. Magic. Guy. Expect no one. I need to stay up like another 2 or 3 hours and then get a lot of Americans and stuff coming. Jupiter. Let's have a look at that. Just gonna look at the
it's a Kickstarter, so you sub. Dun dun. So you author several roguelikes. Do no. Apparently.
Smother us now with blood and grief and torment, and deliver evil into our sights. A fucking man.
Hi, I'm Karl Shilevich, founder and lead programmer at Chaos Forge. I've been a roguelike developer for most of my life. I'm mostly known for Doom.RL, a roguelike based on Doom. For many, Doom.RL has been their introduction to the roguelike genre, way before Spelunky, FTL, and other roguelikes brought the term to the wider public. I want to do that again, with Jupiter Hell bringing the classic, turn-based roguelike to a much bigger audience, with all the features cranked up to 11. Well, that, however,
Could have done the audio a bit better.
In Jupiter Hell, you play a lone marine, fighting your way through demonic forces across the moons of Jupiter. It is a traditional roguelike, but we've given it modern graphics, an awesome metal soundtrack, and a slick interface to make it approachable for any player. Our aim is to produce a tactical game, such as the likes of XCOM, which rewards clever decision-making, but can still be quick and intuitive to play. I want Jupiter Hell to stand out from other roguelikes like Doom.RL did, with fluid and furious gameplay. I want to reach out to people turned away from the genre by basic graphics and difficult controls. I want a whole new generation to fall in love with the intelligent, challenging gameplay that roguelikes provide. And if you're a traditional roguelike,
Tight. Check that. JavaScript coding grinding. What, so do you bring up the console and start typing away? Even shows you, like, it doesn't hide your password. Good thing I didn't type my actual password in. Well, it wouldn't matter because it's new name class. Ah. Go for binary genders. Oh, triggered. Key mappings. Just left click. Oh, what? Right, there's code. Right. Code. Okay, this code lets you control your character with code. If you don't know how to code, don't worry, it's easy. Set the attack mode to true and engage. Attack mode true. Is that it? Did it just run? Set into get near have a target. Oh, change it to that target. Send message now. If nothing's in attack range, towards the target, yeah, fair enough. Else if an attack target, attacking, attack, target, loop every of a second. The tab isn't focused, browser slowed down the game. I guess you can. I guess you can write code which would just type these things. So why would I want it to attack every second? Why don't I just do it every 10th of a second? Or is there a limit how fast you can attack? Let's engage. Is there a log? Oh, how do I close this? Do I just... That cap. Just potions. This. Merchant stand, you become a merchant, you use items. Yeah? Like 10 or 100. 7. What? 7 500. So am I actually like leveling up? Kind of stuck in the middle. So, how do you? The problem is though, like, how do you load? Can you save this as like a profile, or have to just write like a huge amount of code? I don't want this.
just want to attack stuff. I don't want to move. I want them. They're going to come to me anyway. Do I have to disengage and re-engage? Code. Check the gift. Character to inspect. Functions getting a response to HP or MP. This is a very basic logic to use it. Target of, change target, chests on the map. So can you just, does that take a little bit of time? Could you only call that every 10 kills and it just picks up all the loot on the, just picks up all the chests on the map? Because if this takes like, no, I'm just thinking how efficient I could make it. Attack, target, heals the target. Game log. Show JSON. It's argument of JSON. Set message. Runner function. Now more functions, examples in runner function JS on game code. Runner function JS, there are more function examples in runner functions and on game. Oh, in here. Handle death. Character.rip is true. Oh yeah. Can I see the loot? If loot. Assume I'm not dying. Since loot less than seconds return. Last loot chests. Looted. 2 break. Oh, so you can only do 2 things at once. That's rubbish. I need to be spamming all this frame stuff. It's significant. Can I press to stop? Stutter step it.
So how do you increase your damage? Is there a shop about all these guys? This looks like a weapon vendor. $16,000 gold. It's I. Health. Great items. So is this like the only weapons I can get? This like 16,000 gold? How do I know what? See my okay. This guy. Exchange. Exchange what? Intelligence scroll. Set. By actually attacking. True. Okay. Really aggressively uses the health potions. Oh, can I click on? So I change the code, where is it? It's HP or M? Did I? Character. HP. Just a globe. Character divided by character dot max less 5. So where does this output to? So these set message attacking. Oh, error encode syntax unexpected. Code active.
Character HP. Character max. What sets true use default? Is this like laser beam thing gone? Do I not have a bow and arrow anymore? Melee now. And now I have to. Level up, yeah, oh yeah, back. That's what stops me just sitting here all day, because these bugs aren't really getting to me. Do they take up much health, and then I just use a health thing. 200 health. Or 235. Some people have some very bots for this. Or you could some elaborate bots. You can write heal targets, so you could write two bots which just one of them sits there and tanks, does damage to some like really high level mobs, and the other one just sits there and heals. Both get the X. What happened? I'm using mana, but that for my like laser beam. I guess I'm never gonna use. That's why you look for their MP as well. So it uses the mana pot. No. gonna level before I get to 0 mana. Get more gold for killing the little mob things to the left. So I get, say, what's this on average? 40 gold a bee? It takes, and I get 20 gold on average. It's probably proportional. I'm just less likely to die here. Actually targeted. Bridge. Is that like the only to do? To change server. Code on target. Oh. Uh-huh. 700,000. Okay. All of this stuff. 1,000 gold. Save. Have to slash save code to save the code. Ah. Okay, where do you do the slash? Oh, here. One. Okay. It's a bit painful. So how do I get like a milli? 14 gold. Just seems like that's going to take forever, especially killing these. Or am I missing something? Because killing these things, which give you like 20 gold. You're gonna have to kill tens of thousands of these to get some of the items. Let's buy some of these. Damage 20, range 60. That's my attack. That's why I went in buying this. This is you. Buy the item I put at the bottom of my chart. But this pants one. The item I put at the bottom of my chart. Gold, yeah. Where's that from? Heart armor. What, this is for 8,000 gold? What are you saying? I can get something for 1 gold. Item to armor. Equipment items that empty those anywhere on the map. Script. Upgrade for any item.
What happens when you die? Ah, cool. P attack. Show. Use num. Num with it at first. Oh, okay. It's HP. MP. Parent dot. Can I not? Character dot. Character. Did I spell it right? Char. Set your char. Show JSON. I don't think I. Is this code? Are these errors now, or are they? Still trying to use the HP, I guess. Potion. Num, for example. So I do the spam. So do anything. Junk being spat out. See what you. Parent.mp. So this is what was in the register function, or runner function, sorry. How do I just use mana potion? I'm using character there. I assume parent is the same as like character. Character, parent dot character. Show JSON, but this random hidden thing. Skin. Okay, black screen. Save my code either. Just gonna go. Do I really have to go show equals false? True. To do that. Like, why doesn't the documentation main thing just health potion say? Can I heal myself? Split. I just want to. Access to parent. Sort of. Yes, kinda, but I wouldn't say I'm much better at React than Angular, and I'll probably never use Angular, like again, ever, for anything, because it's just horrible. Angular was bad. Angular 2 is like just as bad, and the migration process between Angular and Angular 2 is horrible. And the learning curve is like going off a cliff or up a cliff. Like you need to know so much about scopes and like the dollar scope and just tries to do too much. Where do I need to? Why'd you ask? Am I being really dumb, or how do I just want an item? I see I've got the item. You've just not. Can you just not use an item? You just have to use the HP or MP file. Stupid how it uses a mana pot and health pot like as soon as you do an action. It's up to you. Mana. Okay. Slight, so it gives 100, so it's less than 50. Less than 30 then. HP, it's, should they give 200 HP. So code, I have 500, so if it's less than, then use it. Yes. So, well, than 100. Save code. Okay, we're gonna let that run overnight and see how that goes, and probably back to it dead in the morning. Oh well. But I do like games like this. Now to bot them, automate them. I'd really like a grinding or like resource heavy or crafting heavy game where you have to go around like a world and mine ore nodes and tree plants and herbs and all of this kind of stuff, like cut down trees and then make stuff, and yeah, in like an MMO. But this is another game I want to make, along with my Ellie game, but taking a game almost like it's a war game. CPU. So you have like your little workers, and you have like a super simple map, super simple graphics, super simple building and like logic, and you just fight each other. But having this where you have like a massive world, like it's fully like multiplayer, and yeah, you can just sit there and you can build your little settlement, and you can gather resources, cut down trees, gather ore, grow crops, etc, etc. Just having a map with thousands of players on it. That's what I'd really like to do. exactly. It's pretty much, yeah, exactly Age of Empires, but MMO, and a huge open world, and a little bit of like kind of increase it a little bit more with in terms of crafting and gathering resources and such. The only issue is, do resources deplete, or do they come back over time? Like, you cut down a tree, does it go forever? Can you plant new trees? What about ore and rocks and things like this? I guess if you make the map big enough and don't flood it with players, there should always be a forest somewhere or food somewhere. Things to kill to eat. To actually go. True. Yeah, I do like it. But I'd like their interface, or their API to be better than it is. And be a bit more object orientated. So you just do like character dot move or character dot attack, rather than just random functions hanging around. I've done like nothing. I'm just building up my little worker guys, allies. Tell who. Towered. Turtling.
I walked round, run. Such a bad. Barracks then. So we can get armor and stuff. Step to step. Armor. Speed it. Killed it. I TK. I attack my own. Yeah, I can. No, we will not win. Micro. So it's about onward. Build. The amount of workers I have, it doesn't really seem efficient. I mean, like, getting it that fast. Like this guy, my NPC friend, managed to get lots of troops out much faster than. So I suppose I've been dumping loads of money. Oh, have I got too many people? why this workload is 10. Balance out. Gold mine is the... Oh, I don't think I've ever seen that. Probably win with what I got. Stuck. Bent it. Ja. What about trees being? I can block. What do they got? Let's try NPC. Shoot the thing, Chan. Like shooting back. have all to there. Why can't I move the screen? Have I died yet? $560. Boxing with it. It's more than it. Okay, we're gonna get going. End the stream there. No, I said I was gonna do that like an hour ago. So yeah, thanks for everyone who's still around. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for watching the stream. Hopefully, I'll be streaming again. Hopefully, you can join me. You get that user kind of allowing all the plugins to be able to access the user problem sorted. I think days or like tomorrow. See if I can. Birds? Is what birds? I'm not sure what you were asking, Eric. I can never see your name. Harrish.
You're asking, is this game birds or is the music birds or? Because the music has some birds in it, yeah. Okay, can add no target true parameter for get news. So you only target monsters that aren't aggroed by someone. Oh, okay. But I assume I get, I don't know, do I get XP if I attack a monster that someone else has hit before? So I think he killed him. Quite hard to see. Tags it first. But I'll leave that going and see how it turns out. So thanks for suggesting that, OP. Hopefully I'll see you again. But I'm gonna head off. So see you everyone. Have a good night.